Meanwhile, at Haddonfield High on Halloween Eve, someone still needs to grade essays and prepare tomorrow's lesson, even when the October air carries whispers that he's come home. Welcome, friend. You've wandered into another quiet corner of worlds made of legend. Tonight, we're stepping into Haddonfield High School in Illinois, where you're a history teacher preparing for the final day before Halloween break. Here, in these halls that have seen decades of adolescent drama and academic routine. Your job remains the same, whether the town is peaceful or on edge. Teach your students about the past, grade their work, and help them understand that history isn't just dates and names, but patterns that repeat themselves over and over. So before you settle in for this long autumn evening with me, take a moment to like this video and subscribe so we can keep bringing you more tales from the ordinary side of extraordinary places. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. It's always good to know who's keeping me company on these quiet watches. Now get comfortable. Let the quiet hush of the room surround you and allow the small steady moments of Haddonfield's October twilight to guide you gently toward rest. You wake at 5:47 a.m., 3 minutes before your alarm. The bedroom is still dark, but there's that quality to the darkness that tells you dawn is thinking about arriving. Your hand reaches out and silences the alarm before it can sound, and you lie there for just a moment, feeling the weight of the comforter, hearing your partner's steady breathing beside you, noticing the way the house settles and creaks in the pre-dawn cold. October in Illinois means mornings that start in the 40s, and you can feel that chill even through the walls. The furnace kicks on somewhere below you, and warm air begins its journey through the vents. You push back the covers, and your feet find the cold hardwood floor, then the softness of the bedroom rug. Your routine is so practiced that you could do it in complete darkness. Bathroom, shower, the careful selection of what to wear. Today you choose brown corduroy pants that have gotten softer with each washing, a cream-coloured button-up shirt, and a rust-orange cardigan that feels appropriate for the season. Your clothing smells like the lavender detergent your partner prefers, and when you button the cardigan, the fabric is warm, from where it hung near the radiator overnight. Downstairs, you make coffee in the same blue ceramic mug you've used for 7 years. The coffee maker gurgles and hisses, filling the kitchen with that rich, slightly bitter scent that means morning is truly beginning. You butter 2 slices of wheat toast and eat them standing at the kitchen counter, looking out the window at your backyard, where fallen leaves have created a patchwork of red, orange, and brown across the grass. You should probably rake this weekend, but the forecast says rain. The drive to Haddonfield High takes 14 minutes on a normal day. You've been teaching here for 9 years, and you know every stop sign, every traffic light, every place where the road dips unexpectedly. Your car is a sensible sedan, dark blue, with 87,000 miles on the odometer and a small coffee stain on the passenger seat that never quite came out. This morning the streets are quiet. A few other early risers head to their own jobs, headlights cutting through the lingering darkness. You pass the Doyle house on the corner of Orange Grove Avenue, a white 2-story with black shutters that's been empty for years. Someone has put a for sale sign in the yard again. They always do, right around this time of year, as if October makes people think about real estate. The high school parking lot is mostly empty when you arrive at 6:42 a.m. Your parking spot, B7, is in the second row, and you pull in smoothly, turning off the engine and sitting for just a moment in the sudden quiet. The school building looms ahead of you, 3 stories of red brick and white-trimmed windows, built in 1963 and renovated in 1998. The front entrance has those glass double doors that every high school in America seems to have, and flanking them are 2 concrete planters filled with orange and yellow mums that the groundskeeper planted 3 weeks ago. You gather your worn leather messenger bag from the passenger seat. It contains tonight's grading, your lesson plans, your laptop, and a zippered pouch of red pens that always seems to be empty when you need one. The October air hits you when you open the car door, crisp and carrying the smell of dried leaves, and faintly wood smoke from someone's chimney. The sun is just starting to paint the eastern sky in shades of pink and pale orange. Your shoes, brown leather Oxfords that you had resoled last year instead of replacing, click against the asphalt as you cross the parking lot. The school keys jingle in your left hand, and you select the right one by touch before you even reach the door. The lock turns with a familiar resistance, and you push open the heavy door, feeling the pneumatic closer slow its swing. Inside, the hallway smells like floor cleaner and something else, that particular scent that all schools have, a combination of old books, teenage bodies, cafeteria food, and the paste they used to hang posters on cinder block walls. The fluorescent lights above you flicker on automatically, humming their steady electrical song. Your footsteps echo down the empty corridor, past rows of tan lockers, past bulletin boards decorated with orange and black construction paper cutouts of pumpkins and bats and witches on broomsticks. The main office to your right is still dark. The administrative staff won't arrive for another 30 minutes. You could stop at the staff room to make another cup of coffee from the ancient machine that Principal Chambers refuses to replace. But you keep walking. Your classroom is on the second floor, room 217, and you take the central stairwell with its worn rubber treads and metal handrails that feel cold even through your palm. At the top of the stairs, you turn left. The second floor hallway is identical to the first. Same tan lockers, same white walls, same posters reminding students about the autumn dance tomorrow night, about college application deadlines, about the drama club's production of The Crucible in November. Your classroom is the third door on the right, and the key turns smoothly in this lock because you had maintenance oil it last month. The room is yours, and when you flip the light switch, the overhead fluorescents flicker to life with their familiar hum. Room 217 is a standard classroom. 4 rows of desk-chair combinations, a whiteboard at the front that's never completely clean, no matter how much cleaner you use, a filing cabinet in the corner that's stuffed too full, and your desk positioned at an angle so you can see both the door and the windows. Those windows face east, and morning light is beginning to filter through them now, adding warmth to the fluorescent glare. You can see the football field from here, and beyond it, the edge of Haddonfield proper, tree-lined streets, modest houses, the white steeple of the Presbyterian church rising above the maples. You set your messenger bag on your desk chair and begin your morning routine. First, you turn on your laptop and wait for it to boot up. It's a school-issued device, 5 years old, and it takes its time. While it loads, you walk to the whiteboard and erase yesterday's notes about the French Revolution. The ghost of red and blue dry erase marker, leaving faint streaks that you wipe with a damp cloth. You write today's date in the upper right corner, October 30th. Below that, you write the Salem witch trials, mass hysteria and historical patterns. Appropriate, you think, for Halloween Eve. Your desk is organised chaos. There are 3 stacks of papers that need grading, 2 coffee mugs that should probably go to the dishwasher in the staff lounge, a container of red pens, a stapler that's running low, and a framed photo of you and your partner from your trip to Mackinac Island last summer. You sit down in your chair, an office chair you bought yourself because the school-issued ones hurt your back, and begin sorting through the stacks. First period starts at 7:55 a.m, which gives you just over an hour to prepare. You pull out your lesson plan notebook, spiral bound and already half filled with your careful handwriting. Today's lesson is one you've taught before, but you always review your notes. Always make sure you're ready to guide the discussion where it needs to go. The Salem witch trials of 1692. 20 people executed, 5 died in prison, all because a few young girls had seizures and visions that the Puritan community interpreted as witchcraft. You've always found it a valuable lesson, not just about colonial history, but about the way fear spreads, the way communities can turn on themselves, the way a few traumatized children can inadvertently destroy dozens of lives. Your students usually engage with this topic. Teenagers understand being outsiders, understand the cruelty of mob mentality, even if they don't always have the vocabulary to express it. You plan to show them the court documents, the actual testimonies, and then lead a discussion about other times in history when communities have been gripped by fear and suspicion. You're making notes about discussion questions when you hear the first sounds of other arrivals. The art teacher, Mrs. Chen, has the classroom across the hall, and you hear her unlock her door, humming something soft and melodic. Below in the parking lot, car doors slam as more faculty arrive. The building is waking up. At 7:15, you walk to the staff lounge to make copies of today's handouts. The hallways are filling now, with teachers carrying travel mugs and tote bags, calling good morning to each other, discussing lesson plans and the weather, and whether anyone caught last night's game. You pass Mr. Reeves, who teaches chemistry and always arrives with his tie already loosened, and Ms. Washington from English, who's balancing a stack of novels and her laptop bag. The copy machine in the staff lounge is already in use. Ted Morrison, who teaches physical education, is making copies of some kind of exercise chart. You wait patiently, checking your phone for messages. There's one from your partner. Have a good day. Remember, we're having dinner with the Parkers tonight at 7. You type back a quick confirmation and a heart emoji. When it's your turn at the copier, you set the machine to run 30 copies of your handout. It's a 2-page document with primary source excerpts from the witch trial testimonies. The copier whirs and chunks and produces pages that smell like warm toner and paper. You collect them, staple them carefully, and head back to your classroom just as the first students are beginning to arrive at their lockers. The day is beginning in earnest now. The hallways fill with teenage energy, with laughter and shouting, and the metallic banging of locker doors. Someone's car alarm is going off in the parking lot, brief and sharp before it's silenced. You stand at your doorway, greeting students as they arrive, and in this moment, on this ordinary October morning, everything feels exactly as it should be. Your job is to teach history, to help these young people understand where they've come from, so they can better understand where they're going. Whatever else is happening in Haddonfield today, whatever rumours might circulate, whatever anxieties might simmer beneath the surface, your role remains the same. The bell for first period rings at 7:55 a.m, and you step into your classroom, closing the door behind you, ready to teach. Your first period class is Junior American History, and there are 23 students on the roster, though today only 20 are present. 3 empty desks mark the absences. Jason Keller has a dentist appointment. Sophie Martinez is sick with what her mother's email called a terrible cold. And Brandon Weiss is simply absent without notification, which happens twice a week with Brandon. The students settle into their seats with the particular energy of teenagers who are excited about Halloween tomorrow, but also tired because they stayed up too late on their phones. Madison Turner, who sits in the front row and always has her homework ready, is wearing an orange sweater with a black cat on it. Ryan Park in the back has headphones around his neck that he's supposed to put away, but hasn't yet. Emily Sanders and Cara Wright are whispering to each other about their Halloween plans, something about a party at Jake Morrison's house that his parents may or may not know about. You move to the front of the classroom and write "Do Now" on the board, followed by a question. What causes a community to turn against its own members? List 3 historical examples. The students quiet down, mostly, and pull out notebooks or open laptops. You've trained them well over the first 2 months of school. The "Do Now" question gives them 5 minutes of work to complete while you take attendance, and it primes their brains for the day's lesson. The classroom fills with the sound of pencils scratching, keyboards clicking, and the ambient hum of teenagers thinking. You sit at your desk and open the attendance system on your laptop, clicking present or absent for each name. Outside the window, you can see the football field and the maintenance worker, Joe something. You can never remember his last name, driving the small tractor mower across the grass, even though it doesn't really need mowing this late in October. The smell of fresh cut grass drifts in through the window you cracked open earlier. When 5 minutes have passed, you stand and ask, "Who wants to share an example?" Madison's hand shoots up immediately. She always has an answer, always eager to please. "The Holocaust," she says, "when Nazi Germany turned against Jewish people and other minorities." You nod and write it on the board. "Good, who else?" "The Red Scare," offers Kevin Martinez from the middle row, "when they thought everyone was a communist." "McCarthyism specifically," you add, writing it down. "The second Red Scare in the 1950s. Excellent. One more?" There's a pause. Students look at their notes, and then Ryan Park, surprising everyone because he rarely volunteers, says, "The Japanese internment camps during World War II." "Yes," you say, and you let your approval show in your voice because positive reinforcement works. All excellent examples of communities or nations turning on their own people out of fear, suspicion, or prejudice. And today, we're going to look at one of the earliest American examples of this phenomenon. You begin distributing the handouts, walking up and down the rows, placing 2 stapled pages on each desk. The students flip through them, seeing the strange colonial spelling and formal language of 1692. You return to the front of the room and pull up your PowerPoint on the projector, the same one you've used for 3 years, with photos of Salem, maps of colonial Massachusetts, reproductions of the court documents. The Salem witch trials, you begin, and you've given this lecture so many times that the words flow easily, leaving your conscious mind free to observe the classroom. You talk about the Puritan community, about their strict religious beliefs, about how they understood the world as a battleground between God and the devil. You explain how the trials began with a few young girls experiencing fits and seizures, how they accused local women of witchcraft, how the accusations spread like wildfire through the community. Emily Sanders raises her hand. "But did they really think witches were real?" "They did," you say, "as real as the air they breathed." We have to remember that these were people living in a pre-scientific world. They didn't understand mental illness, epilepsy, or the power of suggestion. When unexplainable things happened, they turned to the explanations their worldview provided. You click to the next slide, showing reproductions of the court testimonies. You ask students to turn to page 1 of their handout and read the testimony of Mary Warren, one of the accusers who later recanted. The classroom is quiet except for the rustle of papers and the occasional cough. Notice the language, you point out, the certainty. Mary Warren doesn't say, "I think," or "maybe." She says, "I saw and I know." This is how mass hysteria works. People convince themselves they've witnessed things, and once one person makes an accusation, others follow. Social pressure, fear of being accused yourself, genuine belief, it all combines into something dangerous. Cara Wright raises her hand. "Did anyone try to stop it?" "Some did," you acknowledge. Several people, including some clergy members, tried to speak out. But by the time they did, the machinery of accusation and trial was already rolling. 19 people were hanged, and 1 man was pressed to death under heavy stones for refusing to enter a plea. The classroom is attentive now. This is when you know your lesson is working. When the teenagers forget to check their phones, when they lean forward slightly in their seats, when they're not just hearing information but actually thinking about it. You guide them through a discussion about parallels. You ask them to think about contemporary examples of mass hysteria, of rumours that spread on social media, of communities dividing over false information. The students surprise you sometimes with their insights. Ryan points out how quickly people share things online without verifying them. Madison connects it to cyberbullying and how quickly someone can be cancelled based on accusations. The discussion carries you through most of the period with you gently steering when they veer off track, prompting with questions when they get stuck, letting them grapple with the big ideas, trust and suspicion, evidence and hearsay, the responsibility of the individual versus the power of the mob. At 8:42, you wrap up. For homework, you announce over the groans, I want you to read chapter 12 in your textbook about colonial America, and I want you to write a one-page response to this question. What responsibility do individuals have when they see their community turning against innocent people? What would you have done if you lived in Salem in 1692? You pause, making eye contact with several students. And I want real thought, not just, I would have stopped it, or I would have been brave. I want you to honestly consider the social pressure, the fear, the fact that you could be accused yourself if you spoke out. Due Friday. The bell rings, a harsh electronic buzzer that makes everyone jump slightly. Students pack up their materials, some rushing out immediately, others lingering to ask questions or clarify the assignment. You stand by your desk, answering questions, making sure everyone understands the homework, watching them file out into the hallway, where they dissolve into the larger mass of teenagers changing classes. When the room is empty, you have 4 minutes before second period begins. You erase the do now question and write a new one for your sophomore world history class. You refill your water bottle from the bottle in your bag. You straighten the handouts on your desk for the next class. You glance out the window again. The maintenance worker has finished mowing and is driving the tractor back toward the equipment shed. Your phone buzzes with an email notification. You glance at it, a message from Principal Chambers about tomorrow's assembly schedule for the Halloween celebration. You'll read it later. The hallways are full of noise again, and your next students begin arriving. There are 26 sophomores in second period, and they're generally louder and less focused than the juniors. You prepare yourself to deliver essentially the same lesson again, adjusted slightly for their younger attention spans and less sophisticated critical thinking skills. This is your job. This is what you do, day after day, period after period. You teach the same material multiple times, and somehow each class is different. Each group of students responds differently, asks different questions, draws different conclusions. It's exhausting and energizing in equal measure. You take a breath, smile at the early arrivals, and prepare to begin again. Second period sophomores are, as expected, more chaotic than first period juniors. They enter with the energy of people who got 8 hours of sleep, but spent all of it having stress dreams. Today, they're particularly wound up about Halloween tomorrow, about costumes and parties and who's doing what. You have to call for their attention twice before they settle down enough to read the do now question. The lesson goes well enough, though you have to work harder to keep them focused. When you ask them to read the primary sources, several pairs of students start whispering to each other, and you have to circulate the room, standing near the chatty ones until they return to task. This is normal. This is teaching. Daniel Kim falls asleep 15 minutes into the discussion, his head drooping forward onto his desk. You walk over quietly and tap his desk twice, and he jerks awake, blinking and disoriented. Late night? You ask quietly, and he nods sheepishly. You don't make a big deal of it. Teenagers need sleep, and sometimes they don't get it, and that's not always their fault. The discussion about mass hysteria is more scattered than first period. The sophomores struggle more with making connections, with thinking historically. But Andrea Lopez makes an excellent point about how fear makes people willing to believe almost anything, and that leads to a productive 5-minute conversation about critical thinking and evidence. By the time the bell rings at 9:47, you're ready for a break. But there is no break. Third period is your planning period, which means you have 53 minutes to grade papers, prep for afternoon classes, respond to emails, and somehow eat the protein bar you brought for breakfast. You sit at your desk and pull out your laptop. The email from Principal Chambers is about tomorrow's schedule. Shortened periods, for the Halloween assembly, which will include the costume contest, awards for the winning class float, and a safety presentation from the police department about Halloween evening precautions. You skim it, mentally adjusting tomorrow's lesson plans to account for shorter class times. Your inbox has 17 unread emails. You work through them methodically. A parent asking about their son's grade, another parent concerned about a quiz score, the department head forwarding information about new textbook adoptions for next year, an automated reminder about the faculty meeting this afternoon, spam from an educational technology company, more spam, a request to supervise the autumn dance tomorrow night. You decline. You've done your time chaperoning dances. At 10:15 you realise you haven't eaten and unwrapped the protein bar. It's chocolate chip, slightly crushed from being at the bottom of your bag, and you eat it in 4 bites while reading through the stack of freshman essays you need to grade. The essays are rough, barely organised thoughts about the American Revolution, with varying degrees of historical accuracy. But you can see potential in most of them, and you mark them up with your red pen, making notes about thesis statements and supporting evidence and the proper way to cite sources. 23 essays, each requiring 5 to 7 minutes of your attention. You make it through 11 before third period ends, and the hallways erupt with noise again. Fourth period, Junior American History again, is beginning. This class has 25 students, and they're your most engaged group. They actually enjoy discussing history, or at least they've learned to fake it convincingly. The Salem witch trials lesson goes smoothly, with students drawing connections you hadn't even prompted. Jenna Morrison, who wants to be a lawyer, spends 10 minutes arguing about the legal standards of evidence and how the trials violated every principle of justice. You let her talk because she's passionate and smart, and the other students are actually listening. Fifth period is lunch, and you eat in your classroom, a habit you developed years ago when you realised the staff lunchroom was either too loud or too full of work gossip you didn't want to participate in. You heat up leftover pasta in the ancient microwave in the staff lounge, grab a fork from the utensil drawer, and return to room 217 to eat in peace. Your desk faces the windows, and you eat slowly, watching the students on their lunch period outside. Some sit at the picnic tables near the parking lot, eating food from the cafeteria or lunches brought from home. Others throw a football on the field, despite the no ball playing sign that's been there since before you started teaching. A few couples sit close together on the low brick wall that borders the courtyard, holding hands and talking with their heads bent together. October sunshine slants across everything, pale gold and gentle. The maple trees that line the school's front have mostly lost their leaves, but a few stubborn red ones remain, bright against the blue sky. It's the kind of day that makes you remember why you love autumn, even though you know the Illinois winter will be brutal. You're finishing your pasta when there's a knock on your door. It's Principal Chambers, a woman in her late 50s with grey hair, in a sensible bob, and the kind of glasses that are always on a chain around her neck, even though she's wearing them. She teaches one section of AP Government in addition to her administrative duties, and you respect her because she hasn't forgotten what classroom teaching is actually like. "Got a minute?" she asks, and you nod, gesturing to the student chair beside your desk. She sits, and you notice she's carrying a folder, never a good sign. "I wanted to touch base about tomorrow," she begins. "I know the assembly's going to throw off the schedule, and I wanted to make sure you're okay with everything." You assure her you are, and she nods. "Good, good. Also," she hesitates, which is unusual for her, "I wanted to remind faculty that with Halloween tomorrow night, there might be some students who are on edge. We've had a few parents call expressing concern about safety, and I wanted teachers to be aware that some kids might be distracted or anxious." You understand what she's not quite saying. Haddonfield has a history that everyone knows, but not everyone talks about. Certain years, certain Halloweens, certain incidents that happened long before you moved here, but which seem to resurface in the collective memory every October. I'm sure it'll be fine, you say diplomatically. Most of them are just excited about costumes and candy. Of course, Chambers agrees, and she stands smoothing her skirt. Just wanted to make sure everyone's prepared. See you at the faculty meeting this afternoon. You confirm you'll be there, and she leaves, closing the door softly behind her. You sit for a moment, looking at the half-eaten pasta in its Tupperware container, thinking about anxiety and history and the way communities carry their traumas, whether they acknowledge them or not. The bell rings, signalling the end of lunch period. Students begin flowing through the hallways again, and you prepare yourself for sixth period, sophomore world history, and the last push of the day. Sixth period sophomores are sluggish with post-lunch energy dips. Half of them look like they could fall asleep, and the other half have too much energy, bouncing their legs under their desks and fidgeting with pens and pencils. You've learned to adapt your teaching style to the time of day. Afternoon classes need more active participation, more movement, more breaks. You teach the Salem witch trials lesson again, but this time you add a 10-minute activity where students have to work in pairs to create a modern-day witch trial scenario. The activity energizes them, gets them talking and thinking creatively. Some pairs come up with social media scenarios, others talk about sports scandals or political witch hunts. It's not quite as sophisticated as you'd hoped, but they're engaged, and that's half the battle. Seventh period is your last class of the day. Junior American history again, your third time teaching the same lesson. By now, you've got it down to a science. You know which jokes to make, which questions to ask, which moments to pause for effect. It's almost like performing a play you've memorized, and there's something comfortable about that predictability. This class has your most challenging student, Marcus Brennan, who sits in the back corner and rarely does his homework, but somehow scores decently on tests. Today he's wearing headphones again, against the rules, and when you ask him to remove them, he sighs dramatically but complies. 10 minutes later, he's actually raising his hand to contribute to the discussion, making a surprisingly insightful point about how fear overrides rational thinking. You make a mental note to email his parents with positive feedback. It's important to notice when students do well, not just when they struggle. The bell rings at 2:44 p.m. and the school day officially ends. The building erupts with the sound of teenagers liberated from their responsibilities, voices echoing off lockers and walls, footsteps thundering downstairs, car engines starting in the parking lot. You stand at your doorway and watch them go, offering goodbyes to the few who remember to say it, reminding others about homework they've already forgotten. By 3 High, the hallways are mostly clear. The students who have after-school activities, sports practice, club meetings, tutoring, are wherever they need to be. The rest have dispersed into Haddonfield, going home, or to their after-school jobs, or to friends' houses. The building feels suddenly empty, the way schools always do after dismissal, like a theatre after the audience has left. You return to your classroom and begin the end-of-day routine. You straighten desks that students pushed askew, picking up the debris they always leave behind. A crumpled piece of notebook paper, a plastic bottle cap, a broken pencil, a paperclip chain someone made during your lecture. You erase the whiteboard completely, wash it with cleaner, and wipe it dry with paper towels. You sort through the papers on your desk, filing some, adding others to your grading pile. Your laptop goes into sleep mode and you close it, tucking it into your messenger bag, along with tonight's grading, 23 freshman essays that you'll probably work on after dinner. You water the small succulent plant on your windowsill, a gift from students last year, and make a mental note to take it home over winter break, so it doesn't die in the cold, dark school. You check your desk drawers to make sure you have enough supplies for tomorrow. Dry erase markers, pens, staples, paper clips, post-its. The red pen container is indeed empty, and you'll need to bring more from home. You add that to your mental to-do list, which is already too long. At 3:15 you lock your classroom door and head downstairs for the faculty meeting. These happen every Tuesday afternoon, and they're usually a mix of useful information and administrative bureaucracy that could have been an email, Today's meeting is in the library, where Principal Chambers has arranged folding chairs in a semicircle around her laptop and projector. About 30 faculty members are present. Not everyone, since some people have legitimate excuses and others just don't show up because they've decided that whatever consequences exist aren't worth worrying about. You sit next to Mrs. Chen, the art teacher, who's knitting something orange and black during the meeting. She knits during every faculty meeting, and somehow Chambers has never said anything about it. The meeting covers tomorrow's assembly schedule, again, reminders about midterm grade submissions, due next Friday, an update on the new security camera system being installed over winter break, a discussion about the spring field trip budget, and a lengthy conversation about whether the vending machines should offer healthier snack options. This last topic takes 20 minutes and involves passionate opinions from people who apparently have strong feelings about snack food. You zone out during parts of it, your mind drifting to tonight's dinner plans, to the essays you need to grade, to the fact that you still haven't decorated your classroom for Halloween, despite students asking about it all day. Other teachers check their phones discreetly, or grade papers in their laps, or in Mrs. Chen's case, just openly knit. At 4:05, Chambers wraps up the meeting with a reminder that everyone should lock their classrooms and report any suspicious activity to the office. "I know Halloween brings out the pranksters," she says with a slight smile, "so let's all be vigilant." The faculty disperses quickly, eager to get home, or get to their second jobs, or get to their children's soccer practices. You walk back to your classroom to collect your bag, and then make one final stop at the staff lounge to microwave leftover coffee from this morning. The coffee is bad, bitter and overcooked, but it'll help you stay alert for the drive home and the evening ahead. In the parking lot, the sun is beginning its descent, painting the western sky in shades of orange and pink. The temperature has dropped, and you zip your jacket as you walk to your car. There are only a dozen vehicles left, scattered across the lot like islands. Your blue sedan sits patiently in B7, and when you unlock it, the interior smells like the vanilla air freshener hanging from your rearview mirror. You sit in the driver's seat and just breathe for a moment, allowing yourself this transition time between teacher you and home you. Your back aches slightly from standing all day, and your throat feels dry from talking for 7 periods. These are the physical costs of teaching that people don't always consider. The drive home reverses your morning route, past the empty Doyle house, past the Presbyterian church, past a small downtown with its hardware store and pharmacy and coffee shop. Haddonfield looks peaceful in the late afternoon light, almost picturesque with its tree-lined streets and modest homes. Halloween decorations are everywhere. Jack-o'-lanterns on porches, inflatable ghosts in yards, fake cobwebs stretched across bushes. Your house is a small 2-bedroom bungalow on Elm Street, painted grey with white trim and a red front door that you repainted yourself last spring. You pull into the driveway and turn off the engine, and for a moment you just sit there, grateful to be home. Your partner's car isn't here yet. They teach at the elementary school across town and usually don't get home until 4:30. You unlock the front door and step into the familiar quiet of your own space. The house smells like the pumpkin spice candle you left burning this morning in the living room, and it's warm from the afternoon sun coming through the windows. You drop your messenger bag on the entryway bench, kick off your shoes, and head to the kitchen to drink a full glass of water. Your reflection in the kitchen window shows someone tired but content, someone who did their job today and did it reasonably well. Outside, the backyard still needs raking, but that can wait. You have exactly 2.5 hours before you need to leave for dinner at the Parker's house. Enough time to change into comfortable clothes, sit on the couch for 20 minutes with your eyes closed, maybe start grading those freshman essays. Enough time to decompress, to let the day settle, to remember that you're not just a teacher, but also a person who lives a life beyond those classroom walls. The house is quiet except for the refrigerator's hum and the ticking of the wall clock in the kitchen. You stand at the window, looking out at your backyard where the maple tree has dropped most of its leaves in a carpet of crimson and gold. Somewhere in the neighbourhood, someone is playing music, something bass-heavy and indistinct. A dog barks twice and then falls silent. This is the in-between time, the space between work and evening, between responsibility and rest. You allow yourself to just be here, in this moment, in this house, in this town where you've built a life teaching history to teenagers who mostly don't realise yet how much history matters. Tomorrow is Halloween. Tomorrow there will be costumes and shortened periods and an assembly and whatever else comes. But right now, it's just Tuesday afternoon, October 30th, and you're home. You change out of your teaching clothes and into soft grey sweatpants and an old college t-shirt that's faded from dozens of washings. Your bare feet appreciate the hardwood floor after a full day in leather shoes, and you flex your toes as you walk back to the living room, feeling vertebrae pop in your lower back as you stretch. The couch is old, a hand-me-down from your partner's parents, covered in a brown slipcover that hides the wear. You sink into it with a sense of profound relief and close your eyes for exactly 15 minutes. You set a timer on your phone because if you don't, you'll fall asleep for 2 hours and wake up disoriented and grumpy. When the timer goes off, you're already in that pleasant halfway state between waking and sleeping, and it takes effort to pull yourself back to consciousness. You sit up slowly, rubbing your face with both hands, and look around the living room as if seeing it fresh. The pumpkin spice candle has burned down about halfway. The afghan your grandmother crocheted is draped over the chair. The bookshelf against the far wall holds a mix of history books, fiction, and a collection of DVDs you keep meaning to organise. You should start grading those essays. But first you go to the kitchen and make a proper cup of coffee. Not the rushed morning kind or the burned afternoon kind, but a careful pour over with the good beans from the local coffee shop. The ritual is meditative, heating the water to exactly 200 degrees, weighing the beans on your small digital scale, grinding them fresh, wetting the filter, pouring in a slow spiral. The smell fills the kitchen, rich and complex, and when you take your first sip, it's hot and bright and exactly what you needed. You carry the coffee mug, ceramic, white, with a chip on the handle, back to the living room and settle at the dining table that serves as both eating space and home office. Your messenger bag disgorges its contents, the stack of 23 freshman essays, your red pen, retrieved from your coat pocket, your laptop, and a half-empty pack of gum that's been in there for weeks. The essays are about the American Revolution, specifically the question, what were the primary causes of colonial dissatisfaction with British rule? It's a standard topic, covered in every American history class in the country, and you've graded this same assignment approximately 47 times over your teaching career. You pull the first essay from the stack. The student's name is Ashley Winters, and her handwriting is small and neat and slightly slanted to the right. The paper is printed on standard computer paper, double-spaced, Times New Roman font, 12-point, all according to your instructions. You read the first sentence. The American Revolution happened because the colonists were mad at taxes. It's not wrong, but it's not quite right either, and certainly not sophisticated enough for a high school freshman. You uncap your red pen and begin marking. What kind of taxes? Be specific. What other factors contributed to colonial dissatisfaction? Think beyond just taxation. This is the work of teaching that most people don't see. The lesson plan and classroom management are only part of the job. The rest is this. Sitting at your dining table on a Tuesday evening, reading through essays that range from excellent to barely coherent, providing feedback that most students will barely glance at, hoping that your comments actually help them improve. You work through Ashley's essay, marking awkward phrasings, pointing out where she needs better evidence, praising the one paragraph where she makes a genuinely interesting connection between British mercantilism and colonial resentment. By the time you finish, the essay has more red ink than black text, but that's normal. That's learning. The next essay is from Marcus Brennan, the same student who was wearing headphones in 7th period. His essay is surprisingly thoughtful. He writes about the philosophical underpinnings of colonial resistance, citing Locke's ideas about natural rights and the social contract. It's not perfectly executed, and his citation formatting is a disaster, but there's genuine analysis happening here. You write encouraging comments and give him a B+. 3 essays later, you need to stand and stretch. Your coffee is getting cold, and your back is complaining again. You walk to the kitchen and reheat the coffee in the microwave for 30 seconds. Add a splash of milk and drink it while standing at the counter, looking out the window at the street beyond your front yard. A few kids are riding bicycles past your house. Younger ones, maybe 10 or 11 years old. They're wearing jackets against the October chill, and one of them has a plastic pumpkin bucket hanging from their handlebars, already thinking about tomorrow night's candy collection. You remember being that age, the anticipation of Halloween, the careful planning of costume and route and strategy for maximum candy acquisition. Your phone buzzes with a text from your partner. Leaving school now, home in 20, don't forget dinner at 7. You respond with a thumbs up emoji and check the time. 5:47 p.m. You have just over an hour before you need to start getting ready. Back at the dining table, you continue grading, essay after essay, each one a window into a different student's mind, each one showing you what they understand and what they're still struggling with. Some students clearly did the reading and put in effort, others clearly didn't, cobbling together vague statements that show they might have skimmed a summary website instead of actually engaging with the material. You're on essay number 14 when you hear your partner's key in the lock. They come through the door carrying 2 reusable grocery bags. Apparently, they stopped at the store on the way home and call out, "Honey, I'm home," in the exaggerated TV sitcom voice they use when they're in a good mood. You meet them in the kitchen helping unload the groceries, milk, eggs, bread, a bag of apples, yogurt, and a box of Halloween candy that's already been partially opened. For the trick-or-treaters tomorrow, your partner explains, and maybe for us tonight if we're good. They tell you about their day, the second graders who are bouncing off the walls with Halloween excitement, the parent who complained about too much sugar at the class party, the colleague who's already decorated her classroom like a haunted house. You tell them about your Salem witch trials lessons, about the faculty meeting, about Principal Chambers' vague concerns. It's Halloween in Haddonfield, your partner says with a slight shrug. People always get a little weird. Remember 2 years ago when they tried to cancel Halloween entirely? That petition that went nowhere? You do remember. There's always something, some undercurrent of anxiety that surfaces in October, especially around Halloween. It's been that way since before you moved here, though you've never been entirely clear on all the details. Small towns have their histories, their collective memories, and sometimes those memories create ripples that persist for decades. At 6:25, you stop grading and go upstairs to change for dinner. The Parkers are friends from the partner-teacher group you both belong to. They teach at different schools in different districts, but you've all bonded over shared experiences and mutual frustration with standardized testing. Dinner with them is always relaxed and full of shop talk that would bore anyone outside of education. You choose dark jeans and a nicer sweater, run a brush through your hair, check your teeth in the mirror. Your partner does the same, and by 6:50, you're both in the car, heading across town to the Parkers subdivision. The drive takes you through downtown Haddonfield again, and you notice that the streets are busier than usual for a Tuesday evening. Groups of teenagers are walking together, some already in partial costume, cat ears, vampire capes, face paint. Store windows display Halloween decorations alongside "We're ready for trick-or-treaters tomorrow" signs. The sun has set and the streetlights are on, casting pools of yellow light at regular intervals. The businesses that line Main Street are still open. The coffee shop, the bookstore, the pizza place with its neon sign, the pharmacy with its October window display of orange and black. Everything looks normal, ordinary, like every other small American town on the night before Halloween. Your partner drives and you watch out the passenger window, seeing Haddonfield the way you always see it, as a history teacher, always aware of the layers beneath the present moment. This town was incorporated in 1854, grew slowly through the late 19th century, boomed slightly with post-war suburbanisation, and settled into its current form as a modest middle-class community. The houses you pass were built in waves, Victorian-era homes near downtown, bungalows and craftsmen from the 1920s and 30s, split levels and ranches from the 1950s and 60s, newer construction at the edges. The Parkers live in one of those newer subdivisions, a cluster of similar-looking houses with attached garages and small yards. Their house is a two-storey colonial with white siding and black shutters, and when you arrive, they're already at the door, welcoming you with hugs and offers of wine. The evening unfolds in the comfortable rhythm of old friends, appetizers and conversation in the living room, dinner at their dining table, chicken marsala, roasted vegetables, a salad with too much dressing. More conversation over dessert, store-bought tiramisu that's actually pretty good. You talk about teaching, about administrators, about budget cuts and curriculum changes, and the students who surprise you with their insights. Around 9 p.m, you notice yourself getting tired. Teaching is exhausting in ways that are hard to explain to people who don't do it. The constant vigilance, the performance aspect, the emotional labour of managing 25 different personalities every 50 minutes. Your partner notices too and suggests you should probably head home. The Parkers walk you to the door, reminding you to be safe tomorrow night, making a joke about Halloween that you don't quite catch. The night air is cold, proper October cold, and you can see your breath as you walk to the car. The drive home is quiet. Your partner turns on the radio, and you catch the tail end of a news report about Halloween safety tips, check candy, stay in groups, use crosswalks, standard advice that everyone has heard 100 times. Then music, some soft rock station, songs from 10 or 15 years ago that are now considered classics. Your street is quiet when you arrive. Most houses have their lights off already. It's a Tuesday and people have work tomorrow. You pull into your driveway and the motion sensor light above the garage flicks on automatically, painting everything in harsh white light. Inside, the house feels cooler than when you left. Your partner adjusts the thermostat while you lock the front door and check that all the windows are secure. A habit ingrained from years of being responsible for your own space. The house settles into its nighttime mode. Lights off in unused rooms, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of a car passing on the next block over. You have 9 essays left to grade, but you're too tired to focus on them properly tonight. They'll wait until tomorrow evening, after school, after the Halloween assembly and the shortened periods and whatever else the day brings. In the bathroom, you brush your teeth and wash your face, going through the evening routine with the automatic efficiency of long habit. Your partner is already in bed, scrolling through their phone, when you emerge in your pajamas, flannel pants and an old t-shirt. You climb into bed, feeling the familiar embrace of your own mattress, your own pillows, your own blankets. Your partner sets their phone on the nightstand and turns off the lamp, and darkness fills the room like water filling a cup. Big day tomorrow, they murmur. Just Halloween, you reply. We do it every year. They say, already drifting towards sleep. You lie there in the dark, thinking about the Salem witch trials, about mass hysteria, about the way communities carry their fears forward through generations. Tomorrow, you'll teach 3 more classes, run the Halloween assembly, probably stay late to help with cleanup. Tomorrow night, trick-or-treaters will ring your doorbell and you'll hand out candy, and everything will be exactly as it should be. Outside, the wind picks up slightly, rustling the few remaining leaves on your maple tree. Somewhere in the distance, you hear a siren. Police or ambulance, you can't tell, fading quickly into the night. Then just the quiet sounds of a house at rest. the furnace clicking on, the settling of wood and joint, the rhythm of your partner's breathing beside you. You close your eyes and let yourself drift, falling slowly towards sleep, your mind still half occupied with thoughts of grading and lesson plans and the ordinary work of being a teacher in a town that's just like any other town, with its history and its routines and its small anxieties that surface every October. Tomorrow is Halloween, but tonight is just Tuesday, and you are home, and you are safe, and you are tired in the way that comes from a day's honest work. You sleep. The Wednesday morning begins the same way Tuesday did. You wake at 5:47 a.m, 3 minutes before your alarm, but something feels different about this morning, and it takes you a moment to identify what it is. Then you remember. Halloween. The energy of the day ahead seems to seep backward into this pre-dawn moment, adding a slight electric quality to the ordinary darkness. You go through your routine with the same practiced efficiency. Bathroom, shower, choosing clothes that are perhaps slightly more festive than usual, dark jeans, an orange button-up shirt, a brown cardigan. In the kitchen, you make coffee and toast, but you also pack the bag of Halloween candy that your partner bought yesterday, ready to bring to school for any students who stop by your classroom during lunch. The drive to school takes the usual 14 minutes, but the streets of Haddonfield look different this morning. More pumpkins appear on porches overnight, as if they materialised in the darkness. A house on Orange Grove Avenue has covered its lawn with white sheet ghosts on stakes, creating an eerie army of cloth spectres. The Doyle house, usually so dark and abandoned, has a single jack-o'-lantern on the front step, probably placed there by neighbourhood kids as a prank. The high school parking lot has more cars than usual for 6:42 a.m. The student council must be here early to finish setting up for the assembly. You park in B7 and gather your bags. Messenger bag, plastic bag of candy, travel mug of coffee. The October air is especially cold this morning, and you can see frost on the grass near the building's foundation. Inside, the school already hums with energy. Someone has hung orange and black streamers from the ceiling of the main hallway, and a banner stretched across the entrance to the gymnasium reads, Haddonfield High Halloween Spectacular, in letters that were clearly painted by students with varying artistic abilities. You climb the stairs to the second floor, passing Mr. Reeves, who's carrying a cardboard box full of what appears to be more decorations. Happy Halloween, he calls out, too cheerful for this hour, and you return the greeting with less enthusiasm. Room 217 looks the same as always, but when you turn on the lights, you notice that someone, probably students yesterday, during one of your classes, has taped small paper bats to the windows. They flutter slightly in the air current from the heating vent. You smile despite yourself. Teenagers are strange creatures. They'll refuse to do homework, but they'll stay after class to secretly decorate your room with paper bats. You set up for the day, but your routine is interrupted by the knowledge that today's schedule is different. Instead of the normal 50-minute periods, classes will be only 35 minutes each, shortened to accommodate the Halloween assembly during periods 4 and 5. You adjust your lesson plans accordingly, deciding to focus more on egg discussion than new material. The Salem Witch Trials unit is wrapping up anyway. This is a good day for review and for the students to share their one-page responses that were due today. At 7:30, Principal Chambers' voice comes over the PA system. Good morning, Haddonfield High. Happy Halloween. Just a reminder that today we have our shortened schedule for the Halloween assembly. Please refer to your schedules for the new bell times. Also, I want to remind students that while costumes are allowed, they must follow school dress code guidelines. No weapons, even fake ones. No masks that cover the entire face. And nothing too revealing, please. Let's make today fun and safe for everyone. The announcement ends with a burst of static, and then the building returns to its normal morning sounds. Lockers opening and closing, voices echoing, footsteps on tile. Your first period students arrive at 7:55, and about half of them are in costume or partial costume. Madison Turner wears a witch's hat with her regular clothes. Ryan Park has his face painted to look like a skeleton. Emily Sanders and Cara Wright are dressed as Thing 1 and Thing 2 from Dr. Seuss, complete with blue wigs and red shirts with iron-on numbers. The shortened period means you need to move quickly. You collect their homework, the one-page responses about individual responsibility during mass hysteria, and launch into a review session. You ask rapid-fire questions about the Salem witch trials, about the key figures, about the outcomes, about the historical significance. The students respond well, energized by the sugar they've already consumed and the excitement of Halloween. What happened to the judges after the trials ended, you ask? Most of them apologized, offers Madison, but nobody was really punished for what they did. Exactly, you confirm. In 1697, the Massachusetts General Court ordered a day of fasting and repentance for the tragedy. Some judges publicly apologized, but no one faced significant consequences for the 20 deaths. What does that tell us? Marcus Brennan, surprisingly engaged today, despite wearing devil horns, raises his hand. That society cares more about moving on than about justice. It's a cynical answer, but not entirely wrong, and you guide the discussion into a conversation about accountability and how communities heal after collective wrongdoing. The bell rings before you can reach any satisfying conclusions, but that's appropriate. History rarely offers tidy endings. Second period follows the same pattern, then third period, your planning period, which you use to frantically review your assembly notes, even though you're not presenting anything. Fourth and fifth periods are consumed by the Halloween assembly. The gymnasium is packed with the entire student body, around 850 students sitting on the bleachers, loud and excited and smelling like a combination of body spray, candy, and teenage sweat. The faculty sits in folding chairs along the wall, trying to maintain some semblance of order and failing. You end up sitting between Mrs. Chen and Ted Morrison, watching as the student council runs through their planned activities. There's the costume contest, with categories for most creative, scariest, funniest, and best group. There's the presentation of awards for the class float competition. The juniors won, apparently, with a float-themed historical horror famous disasters. There's a brief safety presentation from Officer Davidson of the Haddonfield Police Department, reminding students to stay in groups, respect private property, and be home by midnight. The assembly's loud and chaotic, and about halfway through, your attention drifts. You find yourself thinking about the 9 essays still sitting ungraded on your dining table, about whether you have enough candy at home for trick-or-treaters tonight, about whether you remembered to pay the electric bill that was due yesterday. At one point, Officer Davidson says something about extra patrols tonight and keeping everyone safe, and you notice that several faculty members exchange glances. There it is again, that undercurrent of anxiety that you can never quite pin down. Halloween in Haddonfield seems to carry a weight that Halloween in other towns doesn't, though no one ever explains exactly why. The assembly ends at 12:15, and students are dismissed for lunch. The afternoon periods, 6 and 7 for you, will be abbreviated as well, just 35 minutes each. You return to room 217 to eat your lunch in peace, but 5 students show up, asking if you have any candy. You hand out miniature Snickers bars and engage in small talk about their Halloween plans. "Are you dressing up, Mr. Missa, your last name?" asks one student. "I'm dressed as a tired history teacher," you reply, and they laugh even though it's not particularly funny. Sixth period is chaotic. Sophomores wound up on sugar and shortened period energy. You give up on meaningful instruction and instead let them work in groups to finish their American Revolution study guides. The room is loud with conversation, and you spend most of the period circulating, answering questions, reminding students to stay on task, but not pushing too hard, because you know today is a lost cause academically. Seventh period, your last class, is slightly calmer, but only slightly. The juniors are excited about their evening plans, about parties and trick-or-treating routes, even though they're arguably too old for trick-or-treating, something you keep to yourself. You let them spend 20 minutes presenting their witch trials, response papers to the class in informal small groups, and then use the last 10 minutes for cleanup and paperwork. The bell rings at 2:44 p.m, earlier than the normal 2:44 because of the shortened schedule, and the students evacuate the building with even more energy than usual. Halloween night awaits them, and they stream out into the October afternoon, like water through a broken dam. You should leave soon too, but first you need to straighten your classroom, file away the papers from today, check your email one more time, and prepare tomorrow's lesson. Tomorrow will be November 1st, and students will be exhausted and sugar-crashed, but they'll also be ready, mostly, to return to normal academic work. You're erasing the whiteboard when there's a knock on your door. It's Principal Chambers again, making her rounds. Headed out soon, she asks. Shortly, you confirm. Just finishing up. She nods. Good. Get home before it gets too dark. I'm sure it'll be a busy night in town. There it is again. That slight emphasis on safety, on darkness, on being careful. You nod and assure her you'll be leaving in 15 minutes. When she's gone, you stand at your window, looking out at the football field and the town beyond. The sun is already beginning its descent, and shadows stretch long across the grass. A few students linger in the parking lot, sitting on car hoods, laughing and showing off costumes. From this distance, they look young and carefree, unaware of whatever historical weight the adults around them seem to carry. You gather your things, messenger bag, now stuffed with the response papers you collected today, your empty coffee mug, your lunch containers. You lock your classroom and walk through the emptying hallways, past the orange and black decorations that will stay up until next week, past other teachers who are also leaving, calling out Happy Halloween to each other. In the parking lot, the air has gotten colder. The sky is that particular shade of October blue that means clear, cold night ahead. You sit in your car for a moment before starting the engine, and you check your phone. A text from your partner asking if you'll be home by 5 weeks to help set up for trick-or-treaters, a reminder notification about the electric bill, and a news alert about Halloween safety from the local news station. You start the car and begin the drive home. The same route you've taken 100 times, through the same streets, past the same landmarks, but today everything looks slightly different because of Halloween. More decorations, more people out and about, more energy in the air. The radio plays as you drive, classic rock, advertisements for Halloween costume sales, a day too late, and then a brief news update. Haddonfield police are increasing patrols tonight for Halloween, with extra officers in residential neighbourhoods to ensure trick-or-treater safety. Police Chief Ramirez reminds parents to accompany young children and to inspect all candy before consumption. You half listen, your mind already shifting to evening mode. Get home, change clothes, set up the candy bowl, maybe try to grade a few more essays before the doorbell starts ringing with trick-or-treaters. Just another Halloween evening, like every other Halloween evening, in a town that's like every other town, except it's not quite. That feeling is still there, that slight unease that you can never quite name. Maybe it's just the natural anxiety that comes with any holiday that involves children going door to door in the dark. Maybe it's something specific to Haddonfield, some historical echo that you, as a relative newcomer, don't fully understand. You pull into your driveway at 5:03 p.m. The afternoon is fading into evening, and the streetlights are beginning to flicker on, one by one, up and down your block. Your partner's car is already here, and when you unlock the front door, you can smell pizza. They must have ordered dinner, so you wouldn't have to cook. Pizza's here, they call from the kitchen, and I've got the candy bowl set up by the front door. First trick-or-treaters usually arrive around 5:30. You hang up your jacket and join them in the kitchen, accepting a slice of pepperoni pizza and eating it while standing at the counter. Through the window, you can see that several houses on your street are already preparing. Porch lights on, jack-o'-lanterns glowing, inflatable decorations coming to life as the darkness deepens. How was school? Your partner asks. Chaotic, you reply. But good. The usual Halloween madness. Same here. Had 3 kids cry because their costumes weren't comfortable. 1 threw up from too much candy at the class party. This is teaching. This is the reality beneath the noble ideals and the curriculum standards and the academic language. It's managing chaos and cleaning up messes and trying to impart wisdom to people who are still learning how to be human. You eat pizza together in the kitchen, talking about mundane things. Whose turn it is to do dishes, whether you need milk from the store, what time you should go to bed tonight, given that you both have work tomorrow. The conversation of long-term partners who've settled into comfortable routine. At 5:28 p.m. the first doorbell rings. Halloween has begun. Your partner opens the door to reveal 3 children, probably around 8 years old, dressed as a superhero, a princess, and what appears to be a giant banana. They're accompanied by 2 parents standing at the end of your walkway, waiting patiently with flashlights. Trick or treat, the children chorus, holding out pillowcases and plastic pumpkin buckets. Your partner drops candy into each container, fun-sized Snickers, Milky Ways and Skittles packets that you bulk purchased from Costco last week. The children thank you, or at least the superhero and princess do. The banana remains silent, possibly having difficulty seeing through the costume. Happy Halloween, your partner calls as they leave, and the parents wave before shepherding their charges to the next house. This pattern repeats for the next 2 hours. The doorbell rings every 5 to 7 minutes, each time revealing a new group of children in various costumes. Witches and vampires, and ghosts made from bedsheets, superheroes and Disney, princesses, one memorable group of teenagers dressed as Supreme Court justices, complete with black robes and gavels. You and your partner take turns answering the door, developing a rhythm. One of you monitors the candy bowl, making sure it stays full, while the other handles door duty. Between visits, you sit in the living room with the grading you brought home, making slow progress through those 9 remaining essays, while the TV plays a Halloween movie marathon on mute. Around 6:45 p.m, you open the door to find a group of middle schoolers, probably 12 or 13 years old, who are clearly at that awkward age where they're too old to trick or treat, but not quite ready to give it up entirely. They're in minimal costumes, just a few half-hearted accessories, and when you give them candy, they mumble thanks and shuffle away, already arguing about which house to hit next. You're returning to your essay grading when your partner comes into the living room with a concerned expression. Did you hear sirens? You pause and listen. They're faint but distinct, the sound of police sirens maybe 3 or 4 blocks away. In a town like Haddonfield, sirens aren't particularly unusual, but on Halloween night, they make your partner nervous. Probably just some traffic thing, you say, trying to sound reassuring. Or maybe responding to a prank call. Halloween brings out the worst in some teenagers. Your partner nods, but doesn't look convinced. They move to the front window and peer out at the street, where groups of children continue their door-to-door migration, illuminated by street lights and porch lights and the flashlights carried by their accompanying adults. It's fine, you add. Look, kids are still out. Parents wouldn't have them out if something was actually wrong. This logic seems to help, and your partner returns to the couch picking up their own work. They're planning lessons for next week. Something about fractions and multiplication tables for their second graders. At 7:15, a larger group arrives. 6 or 7 teenagers, maybe sophomores or juniors, some of whom you recognise from school, though you don't have them in your classes. They're in elaborate costumes, a vampire with professional quality makeup, a werewolf with a fursuit that must have cost a fortune, a zombie with realistic-looking wounds. Hey, Mr. Hamiza, your last name, calls the vampire, and you realise it's one of the student council members who helped organise today's assembly. Good costume, you say, dropping full-size candy bars into their bags because they put in the effort. Are you going to the dance tomorrow night? Asks the werewolf. You've already declined that invitation once, but you smile and say, not this year. Have fun though, and be safe out there. They promise they will, and move on to the next house, their laughter carrying back to you on the cold October air. By 8 Sword, the traffic starts to slow down. You've gone through approximately 3/4 of your candy supply, and the remaining pieces sit in the bowl like casualties of a sugary war. Your partner suggests you turn off the porch light, the universal signal that you're done giving out candy, but you decide to wait another 30 minutes, just in case any latecomers arrive. You finally finish grading those 9 essays, writing your final comments on a paper by a student named Derek Chang, who clearly didn't understand the assignment, but tried his best anyway. You stack all 23 essays together, clip them with a binder clip, and add them to your bag to return tomorrow. At 8:30, you turn off the porch light. The doorbell immediately stops ringing, and the house settles into a quieter mode. Outside, the streets are still active, but less so, mostly older teenagers now, groups moving from house to house, looking for the remaining lit porches. Your partner goes upstairs to shower, and you stay in the living room, flipping through channels until you settle on a documentary about the Renaissance. You're only half watching, your mind drifting between thoughts about tomorrow's lessons, about the essays you just graded, about the general sense of exhaustion that comes from a long week that's not quite over yet. At some point, maybe 9:15 or 9:20, you hear sirens again, closer this time. Multiple vehicles moving fast down what sounds like Main Street. Your partner comes downstairs in pyjamas, toweling their hair dry, and says, "More sirens." "I hear them," you acknowledge. You both move to the window and look out. The street is quieter now, most of the young trick-or-treaters home, and probably sorting their candy hauls. But there are still some people out, teenagers in groups, adults walking dogs, a few cars cruising slowly past. One of those cars is a police cruiser, lights off, but moving deliberately through the neighbourhood. It's not racing or responding to an emergency, just patrolling, maintaining presence. Extra patrols, you remember. Officer Davidson mentioned that at the assembly. They always do extra patrols on Halloween. Right, your partner says, but they still sound uncertain. You wrap an arm around their shoulders. It's fine, everything's fine. This is just what Halloween looks like in a town that takes safety seriously. They lean into you, and you both stand there at the window for a moment, watching the patrol car turn the corner and disappear. The street returns to its normal Halloween evening rhythm, and eventually, your partner suggests you both should probably go to bed soon, since you have work tomorrow. You agree, but first you make a final check of the house. Front door locked, back door locked, windows closed and locked, thermostat adjusted for nighttime. These are the rituals of home security, practiced so often they've become automatic. In the kitchen, you put the remaining candy, maybe 15 pieces, into a Ziploc bag for later. Tomorrow, you'll probably bring them to school, add them to the bowl you keep in your desk for students who need a sugar boost during a long afternoon class. Upstairs, you brush your teeth and change into pyjamas, going through the evening routine with familiar efficiency. Your partner is already in bed, scrolling through their phone when you emerge from the bathroom. 22 notifications about Halloween safety, they report. Parents texting in the group chat. Everyone's fine, but everyone's also nervous. It's Haddonfield on Halloween, you say, climbing into bed beside them. People are always nervous. Do you know why? They ask suddenly. Like, has anyone ever actually explained why Halloween here is such a big deal? I've been teaching here for 5 years and I still don't really understand it. You think about this. You've been here 9 years teaching history, learning the town's rhythms and routines, but even you don't have a complete answer. There are rumours, of course, stories about incidents that happened years ago, decades ago maybe. Things that older residents refer to obliquely, but never explain fully. The kind of local history that doesn't make it into official records, but lives on in collective memory. I think something happened once, you say carefully. Something bad, probably in the 70s or 80s, but I don't know the details. It's like this shared trauma that everyone knows about, but nobody talks about directly. Maybe you should research it, your partner suggests. You're a history teacher. Local history is history. Maybe you agree, though you probably won't. Some histories are meant to be uncovered, and some are meant to stay buried under the surface of daily life. Haddonfield's Halloween anxiety seems like the latter, something that shapes behaviour without needing to be fully articulated. Your partner sets their phone on the nightstand and turns off the lamp. Darkness fills the room, softened slightly by the ambient glow of streetlights filtering through your curtains. Outside, you can still hear occasional voices, car engines, distant sounds of a holiday winding down. Do you think the students learned anything today? Your partner asks sleepily. About the Salem witch trials? Maybe, probably, some of them anyway. That's teaching, they murmur. Maybe reaching some of them some of the time. It's as good a summary of the profession as any. You lie there in the dark, feeling the weight of the day settling into your bones. The early morning, the abbreviated classes, the chaos of the Halloween assembly, the steady stream of trick-or-treaters, the grading finally complete. Tomorrow is Thursday, November 1st. Tomorrow you'll teach about the aftermath of the Salem witch trials, about how the community tried to heal, about the formal apologies and the restitution payments, and the slow process of acknowledging terrible mistakes. Tomorrow your students will be tired and distracted, but you'll teach anyway, because that's what you do. The house is quiet now, except for familiar nighttime sounds, the furnace cycling, the settling of wooden joints, the distant bark of a neighbourhood dog. Halloween is effectively over for another year, and Haddonfield can return to being just another small Illinois town where nothing much happens and history teachers do their jobs, and teenagers worry about normal teenage things. You close your eyes and let yourself drift towards sleep, your mind already half dreaming about lesson plans and primary sources and the endless cycle of teaching, grading, teaching again. Tomorrow, you'll do it all over again, but tonight, you rest. You're not sure what time it is when you wake up. The room is completely dark, darker than usual, and for a moment, you're disoriented, not quite sure what pulled you from sleep. Your partner is still beside you, breathing evenly, undisturbed. Then you hear it, a car alarm several blocks away, but loud enough to carry through the October night. It blares for maybe 30 seconds before someone silences it, and then the neighbourhood returns to quiet. You check your phone on the nightstand, 11:47 p.m. You've been asleep for about an hour and a half, and your body protests at being woken. You lie there for a moment, listening, but there's nothing else. Just the normal sounds of a house at night, of a neighbourhood settled into sleep. Except, there's something else. Another siren, more distant than the earlier ones, moving away from your area of town. Ambulance, probably, based on the pattern of the sound. Not particularly unusual, medical emergencies happen at all hours, but combined with the car alarm, it's enough to keep you awake for a few extra minutes. You turn onto your side, pulling the comforter higher, and close your eyes again. Your mind, briefly activated by the sounds, tries to engage with work thoughts. Did you remember to upload those grades? Did you respond to that parent email? What's the lesson plan for tomorrow's afternoon classes? No, stop. Those thoughts can wait until morning. Right now, you need sleep. You regulate your breathing, consciously relaxing your shoulders, letting your jaw unclench. This is a technique you learned years ago from a sleep podcast your partner recommended. Progressive relaxation, working through each body part, releasing tension. Your toes relaxed, your calves relaxed, your thighs, your hips, your stomach, your chest, each part of you settling deeper into the mattress, becoming heavy, becoming still. Outside, a dog barks, sharp, insistent, 3 times in rapid succession. Then silence, then 2 more barks from a different dog farther away, then nothing. Halloween night is always a little weird. Animals get disturbed by the unusual activity, the strange hours, the children in costumes and masks. It's nothing to worry about. Your arms, relaxed. Your neck, relaxed. Your face, your forehead, your jaw. Sleep is coming back now. That pleasant heaviness that means consciousness is fading. Your thoughts become less linear, more dreamlike. You're grading papers, but they're written in a language you don't understand. You're teaching a class, but you can't find your classroom. You're walking through Haddonfield, but the streets are somehow different. The houses rearranged. These are the thoughts of someone falling asleep, and you let them wash over you without resistance. Time passes, maybe 15 minutes, maybe 30, you're not sure. You're in that liminal space between wake and sleep when you hear your partner shift beside you, making a small sound of disturbance. "Did you hear that?" they whisper. "Hear what?" you murmur, not really wanting to wake up fully. "I thought I heard something. Outside maybe, or maybe I was dreaming." You force yourself to surface enough to listen properly. The house is quiet. The street is quiet. There's nothing except the ambient sounds you always hear. The furnace, the settling of walls, the occasional car passing on the next block over. "I don't hear anything," you say softly. "You were probably dreaming." "Probably," they agree, but they sound uncertain. "Go back to sleep," you encourage, and they do. Or at least they stop talking and their breathing evens out again. But now you're more awake, and when you check your phone again, it's 12:23 a.m. Halloween is officially over. It's November 1st now, All Saints' Day, the day after the day when the veil between worlds is supposedly thinnest. Not that you believe in that kind of thing. You're a history teacher, grounded in evidence and documentation and primary sources. Superstition is interesting from an anthropological perspective, but it's not something you take seriously in your actual life. Still, there's something about Halloween night, about this particular Halloween night, that feels different. Or maybe you're just tired and slightly on edge from all the anxiety that other people have been projecting, and it's affecting you even though you know better. You get out of bed carefully, trying not to disturb your partner again, and go to the bathroom. The house is cold. You should probably adjust the thermostat, and you pad across the floor, in bare feet, using the ambient light from the streetlights outside to navigate without turning on any lights. In the bathroom, you use the toilet and wash your hands with cold water, shocking yourself slightly more awake. Your reflection in the mirror is shadowy and indistinct, and you don't bother turning on the light to see yourself more clearly. When you emerge, you pause in the hallway, listening again. Nothing, just the quiet sounds of a sleeping house in a sleeping neighbourhood. But you find yourself walking to the window at the end of the hall, the one that looks out over your backyard and the alley that runs behind your property. The backyard is silvered with moonlight, and the maple tree casts complex shadows across the grass. The alley is empty, a strip of cracked pavement between two rows of backyards. Everything is exactly as it should be, except there's a cat, probably a neighbourhood stray, sitting on your back fence. It's perfectly still, staring at something you can't see, and as you watch, its back arches slightly, its tail puffing out. Then it's gone, dropping off the fence and disappearing into the shadows of your neighbour's yard. You stand there for a moment longer, feeling slightly foolish for being up at 12:30 a.m. watching stray cats, and then you return to bed. Your partner hasn't moved, still sleeping peacefully, and you carefully climb back under the covers. This time, sleep comes more quickly. Your body is tired enough to override your slightly anxious mind, and you slip back into unconsciousness with the ease of someone who's been practicing this for decades. You dream, but in the morning, you won't remember what about. Just fragments, classrooms and papers and streets that look almost but not quite like the streets of Haddonfield. The formless anxieties of a working professional mind that never quite turns off completely, even in sleep. The night continues around you, the house settling deeper into darkness, the neighbourhood quiet except for the occasional car, the occasional dog, the occasional sounds that Halloween night always brings. By 1 a.m, even those sounds have faded. Haddonfield sleeps, and you sleep with it, and whatever happened or didn't happen in the night remains outside your awareness, outside your responsibility. You are a teacher, Tomorrow, today now, technically, you will teach. That's your role, your job, your contribution to this community. The rest of it, the sirens, the extra patrols, the vague historical anxieties, those belong to someone else. You sleep deeply now, without interruption, and when your alarm goes off at 5:47 a.m, you will have no memory of waking in the night, no memory of the car alarm, or the sirens, or the cat on your fence, just another Halloween in Haddonfield, no different from any other year. Just another night in a town that's like every other town. Just sleep, and then morning, and then the work continues. The night deepens and your breathing synchronizes with your partner's, two bodies settling into the shared rhythm of sleep. Outside, November has arrived in the cold darkness, and Halloween is finally over. The decorations on porches will look slightly different in tomorrow's morning light, less magical, more like plastic and cardboard, ready to be packed away for another year. Your classroom at Haddonfield High sits empty and dark, the paper bats still taped to your windows. Tomorrow's lesson plan already written on your desk. The essays are graded, the students' work assessed and returned. You've done what you set out to do: teach history, help young people understand the patterns that repeat themselves across time and place. The Salem witch trials, mass hysteria, the way communities turn on themselves when fear takes root. Lessons from 1692 that still matter in whatever year we find ourselves. The maple tree in your backyard has released its last few leaves, and they'll be there in the morning, a carpet of red and gold waiting to be raked. The candy bowl by your front door sits empty, the porch light off, the house secured for sleep. You too may rest now. The work of teaching will be there tomorrow. New lessons, new discussions, new attempts to reach students who are still learning what it means to think critically, to question assumptions, to understand that history isn't just dates and names, but patterns that echo through generations. But tonight, your work is done. The papers are graded, the lessons are planned. The Halloween assembly is over, and November has begun its quiet march toward winter. May your dreams be as steady as the fluorescent lights in your classroom, and may peace settle over your mind like fall leaves drifting to the ground. Inevitable, gentle, part of the season's necessary rhythm. The routines that carry you through each day, the coffee, the drive, the lesson plans, the grading are still there, waiting for you when morning comes. But morning is still hours away. Right now, there's only darkness and warmth and the slow rhythm of breath, in and out, as steady as the passage of time itself. Good night.